And the Royal just takes out the Landorus already.
You know
So
what? You don't need to flinch my buddy here.
and even if it got an attack drop, so it still does so much damage.
Yes, thanks to that booster energy and that Shadow Ball. Wow.
Just does half.
Flash Cannon.
And Flash Cannon not really doing much damage again to the Giratina. So this Giratina is really bulky on the special side, and it's just getting its health back despite being trapped in Magma Storm.
And I don't think Heatran has a lot to offer in terms of offense. Like it has Magma Storm, Flash Cannon, and Earth Power.
But well, it looks like Roymon's already going to be going down to the Magma Storm anytime soon. So it just has to be what they call it, what Zenith has to choose to knock out here. But looking on Astra's side, it's the Giratina that's causing the most pressure here.
Okay, now Palkia is on the field. Giratina won't be able to avoid any spatial rend because of that Dragon typing and because Roaring Moon already took the Terror slot. I wonder if Spatial Rend can OHKO this Giratina.
Yes, I'm actually looking if Spatial Ray can actually get the critical hit, or of course, deal significant amount of damage despite the boost. So Roaring Witch is going to go for another acrobatics, and it'll be targeting out the Heatran, knocking it out.
Aw, Heatran goes down after...
So the Magma Storm is also gone now on both sides, leaving Zenith with only one more Pokemon left, which is his Palkia Origin.
And now, Palkia...
Just barely halves on a single.
One HP Dragon Pulse into Palkia, taking it down. And we
And
have...
that's a one-hit knockout on the Palkia back. So that already closes their game. Asterisk winning both rounds. So that's already the game for both Asterisk and Zenith. And Asterisk takes this win.
Yes, that was an intense game. The flinches, the switches, the setup. Wow!
Alright, so that's already the conclusion of the match. So as we can see here, Asterisk was able to take those two games thanks to his Giratina carrying him as well.
Good game, well fought. Alright, so now we'll be...
So here we are.
Yay, so we're on camera now!
So now we're on camp. So since the match is already concluded, we can now have a little quick recap regarding what happened between those two. So Enzo, what do you think about the match between Zenith and Asterisk?
For me, it's quite a match because it's about the
Offensive pressure on Zenith's side.
Yes.
Setup from that
Yes, but Asterisk was able to already pull it off, as in like, he didn't have any problems with Giratina because it was such a bulky Pokemon with all those Calm Mind boosts, and he was able to take all those special attacks flawlessly, even ignoring those Magma Storms from Heatran himself.
that's the character. I mean, you're going to be surprised about it's hardware
goes down. Like, what happened to Iron Man's speed damage? It's fully on pressure with a fake out.
it's pretty difficult for them to just sort of deliver that.
But yes, hands off to Zenith as well for also trying to do what he can to knock out the Giratina. But of course, we have to give the Asterisk here for giving those flawless wins for this round. So congratulations once again to Asterisk for winning this game.
Yes, and of course, with those who are not aware, we have our own VGC leading in the Philippines as well.
Yes, you should all join.
Page. This next season,
I'd like to thank our sponsors. We have Plushies.
Yes, with Plushies, so you can check them out if you want to get any cool Pokemon Plushies there that you might like.
yes, I think my life was so nice. I bought a lot of stuff.
I even have my own Plushie here.
Yes, really good stuff from there.
And of course, thank you to our sponsor, Hilltop Gaming. You can follow their Instagram, Hilltop Gaming QC.
There we go. Yes, Hilltop Gaming Lounge here in Katipunan.
Really try their drinks. It's really good.
Yes, they do have a cafe down here, which is Fruitless, so I really love their drinks and their meals here. So it's been a high school favorite for me, actually.
Oh, really?
Yes.
It's my first time here in Mexico. So, hope you guys drop by. If you're in the area, you want to see this match in person, feel free to drop by here. We're streaming in here as well on Facebook and this page. So, hopefully, just feel free to interact with us. Follow this page as well.
And of course, we'll be getting to the games later, so don't just leave yet. We'll be ready preparing our players for the actual tournament later here in Collision Course, so just hang on there, and we'll be right back.
See you. first stream match, and this is gonna be very interesting. Okay, so first up we have here Josh versus Sean. So interesting enough, this is Josh's first ever BGC tournament, and he's already on stream, right? So
Yeah.
what a baptism of fire! And we also have here Josh, rather Sean, who's also it's actually his first time as well to be in a real life tournament. So
onsite tournament, rather.
real life tournament, right? It's a fake one. So this is gonna be a very interesting match. I mean, for their first onsite tournaments, they're on stream. I wonder how they are feeling.
So here they are, they're already preparing for their matches. So let's give it a moment so that they can already start.
Yes, and while we are waiting for them to start, let's go over their team sheets.
Okay, so we're already about to set up in a bit. So let's check out their team sheet. So on Shotty's side, you can see that he has the restricted choice of Kyogre with choice text, and there are a few interesting choices here well with the Ludicolo and the Rhyperior.
And really excited on
Yes, and on Josh's side, he also has the choice specs Kyogre. So that is also his choice of restricted Pokemon, and his interesting mons of choice here are the Regieleki and the Blood Moon Luna here. So surprisingly, he's running the Dark Urshifu instead of the Water Urshifu in this kind of team.
what caught my eye.
Okay, so I'm still from the
choice
past,
part,
but,
but-
we're gonna see them already start. So we're already here in Team Select, so we're already gonna see on what they call us Josh and Shoddy will be picking. So as you can see, they're both running Kyogre team. So it's gonna be Rain versus Rain.
Yes, we did had a strong. So it's really interesting.
Yes, that's true. And looking at this particular archetype, so Thorn Ogre is really one of like the strongest restricted archetypes with all that speed control that can spam water spouts or origin pulses. So let's see which Kyogre team will win.
Earlier, I just noticed how like he's gonna have the heart.
Yes, so that's also going to be a trick on Regieleki's side. So as we can see, Josh leads with the Tornadoes and the Regieleki, and on Shotty's side, it's going to be the Ludicolo and the Tornadoes as well. So both of them have some form of speed control.
Closest choices. Better.
Yes, and both of these Tornadoes have Rain Dance, so it just depends on which one will be setting the Rain Dance, or which one will be setting the Tailwind for their speed control, or if they just decide to go for the offense. Okay, so both of them are using Tornadoes as their leads, and we can see.
Into that Reggie. Both the blink. Oh.
Oh, and the Ludicolo barely hangs there. So he denies the Regieleki from doing damage, but gets a significant amount on his Ludicolo from that Bleakwind Storm of Josh's side.
Here's an interesting thing. So, the Tornadoes.
So both of Shoddy's Pokemon are already heavily damaged, especially Ludicolo, but his Regieleki and Tornado still have a bunch of HP, so not yet half, but they've both taken a reasonable amount of damage. So let's see right now on what both players decide to do. So the Ludicolo may not yet be able to do those Swift Swim boosts since there is no rain yet, no Kyogres on the field, or Rain Dance has been placed. So we gotta just see on what both players can present in these mind games. So we can see here that the opposing Tornadoes from Josh's side is going to just get that speed control, And on Shoddy's side, he's going to be also using that Tailwind. So it's just a exchange of speed control.
Yes, but here's one thing that I just noticed. I don't think
And
Josh needs to do that because Josh's mons are naturally faster
yes, and
compared
that
to Shoddy's.
Regieleki just knocked both of them out already. So
Yes.
that's already just a clean knockout. So Regieleki being the fastest thing in the field already just gets a clean knockout on both the Ludicolo and Tornadus on Shotty's side.
Agree. And here's one thing that I would just like to say because earlier we noticed in the interaction, the Tornadoes from Josh's side actually moves first twice. I'd rather move first twice. So that means it's actually faster or there's a speed die.
Yes, that is actually some significant information there. So on Shotty's side, he's now going to be bringing out that Urshifu Dark and that Kyogre as well. So now the rain is on the field.
So right now, with the rain on the field, there's an interesting mechanic on the Tornado side where Bleak Wind Storm does not miss, although it has still the chance to reduce the speed of the opposing mons that it hits. Now, Water Spout from Shoddy's side can actually deal a lot of damage because it deals damage based on HP.
Yes.
Since it's Terra Water.
But looking at the Regieleki being the fastest thing in the field, it's still, of course, going to get those big damage. So that's going to be a bit of a problem as well on Shotty's side on how to deal with that Regieleki, especially that it can give a bunch of electric type damage.
So if it does go for a Water Spout, it can still probably deal base of 100 based on what will happen because, of course, Sucker Punch from that Urshifu can take it down.
Okay, so he was aware that the Regieleki could probably fall to the Sucker Punch, so he just goes for it. So there's not really much anti-priority pressure coming from Josh's side.
But look at that. It's really fast. Is
Yes,
that max speed?
but the
Tornadoes?
origin pulse of
It's
Shotty's
origin.
Kyogre just missed.
Oh, that's
And
too
I almost
bad.
forgot to mention that there was the threat of the Farigiraf on Josh's side. So he just went for the Sucker Punch even if there's a risk of Farigiraf being switched in.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if that's counted as lucky or maybe Farigiraf does
Or
not.
just what they call this, a lucky guess, I guess.
Yes, or Farigiraf is not actually at the back.
Let's see. So let's see what he reveals now because he only revealed 2 of his Pokemon. So the 2 back Pokemon are still hidden. So it's just kind of course, lucky on Shotty's side that he was able to take out the Regieleki without being threatened by the anti-priority of Farigiraf. So both players are taking their time to put out what's next, and
Urshifu.
Shotty will be bringing out that Urshifu Dark as well. So both of them are running Urshifu Dark actually instead of the Rapid Strike variant, which is commonly run on these Tornadus teams.
Yes, so of course the difference between both Urshifus is that Urshifu from Josh's side is Terra Poison and Choice Banded. So it's pretty strong when it deals damage. That's
Okay,
for
so
sure.
Tornadus is just going for the defensive here with the Protect. So Shifu also does a Sucker Punch on the Tornado. So Josh was probably aware that he was going to do a Sucker Punch there. And
Sucker Punch misses.
both
as well.
Sucker Punches come out from their sides.
Origin Pulse into. Is it gonna hit?
Yes,
it does.
hit. So that's a good thing as well that the Origin Pulse of Kyogre now hits the Urshifu Dark and will knock it out with a one-hit clean KO.
Yes, I mean that's Terra Dark, or rather Terra Water, Rain boosted Origin Pulse. That's gonna hurt.
So I believe that there are still 2 more turns of Tailwind on both sides.
I think so too. Now Kyogre is on the field as well for both sides this time, so I'm not sure. I think it all depends on how they trained their Pokemon, how fast it is. So we'll find out in a few seconds after they selected their moves.
So looking at this, they're already but down to their last 2 Pokemon. So you just have to see the speed tie interaction here. Whose Kyogre is faster?
And now we can see a Terra from Josh's side.
So
It
he
is-
decides to terrestrialize his own Kyogre, which will also be the Water Terra. So both of their Kyogres are running the Choice Specs and the Water Terra. So there's really not much of a difference here, unless we see the speed ties here.
Okay,
so
Sucker
the
Punch.
Sucker Punch comes out from the Dark Urshifu. And Bleak Windstorm comes
Wind.
out as well from Josh's Tornadoes, dealing a significant amount of damage on the Kyogre and knocking out the Urshifu Dark. So let's see whose Kyogre is faster here.
Water Spout.
So Josh's Kyogre is revealed to be the faster one.
And now, because of the mechanic we're in, since this is a doubles game, if there's only one Pokemon on the opposing side and you use a spread move, it is actually stronger compared to using it in a normal format where you're facing 2
Yeah, that is true. So with that, Josh takes game one. So there's already a bit of significant information on both players' side, especially with the speed tie interactions of the Kyogres, especially with the Tailwind. So of course, outside of Tailwind, that'll also there that particular information because I did notice that no speed drops came on Shotty's side from the opposing Tornadoes.
Yes. So here's what I find interesting. Okay, I'm not gonna be biased here. This is my observation. From Josh's side, we can see that the monsters are actually faster. So there is a significant chance that you don't need to apply Tailwind right off the bat, right?
Yes, so what I actually acknowledge from Josh's side is that he went with his faster lead. So the Regieleki being one of the fastest units in his team, so he did have the speed advantage in that first game.
And of course, now that Sucker Punch really played a role in taking down, I think that was two monsters from his side, right? So I think Furry Giraffe will make its appearance in this game.
And I just noticed that both of their teams are similar, just that their other two choice of mods are different. So as I've noticed earlier, Shotty is running the Ludicolo and the Rhyperior, while Josh is running the Regieleki and the Blood Moon Ursaluna. So of course, even with the threat of Lightning Rod, Josh chose to bring out the Regieleki.
Yes, and here's something that I noticed. Lightning Rod, really want to see Rhyperior here, but I don't think it's gonna matter too much because Regieleki has Web. Electro Web is a spread move. So Lightning Rod can only absorb or redirect one lightning move. So if it's a spread move, it will still hit your partner. So I don't see any merit in bringing it right off.
So I want to see how both players adjust here, and they both have anti-priority pressure here with running those Fire Giraffes with Iron Tail. So all those sucker punches. So of course, with Regieleki being a fragile Pokemon, it is very susceptible to sucker.
I agree. So it all depends on what the leads will be, what they will bring.
And of course, those Kyogres are threatened by sucker punches on both Urshifus because, of course, the water spout damage of Kyogre will be decreased.
Yes, but we saw earlier that Water Spout still dealt a lot of damage, even
And
if at
let's
almost
check
half
the
health.
leads here. So Josh going for the same lead now, but Shotty now going for the same Ludicolo, but the Furry Giraffe is now on the field. So there's a bit of a slower lead here. So Josh is still going with that faster lead.
And we actually saw the move of choice from Shotty's side. So this is gonna be interesting, right? And I'm interested to see how things will play out in the next few turns if he was able to successfully proceed with this plan of his.
Okay,
'Cause-
so both players are thinking about what to do next. So his Furry Giraffe already has the anti-priority pressure here, so Josh just chooses to withdraw his Tornadoes. And let's see what he'll be bringing out here. It's also his
Furry
own Furry
Giraffe.
Giraffe, so it may also be to deny the fake out from the Ludicolo. So yes, the Ludicolo does go for a fake out, and it's now denied.
Yes, denied indeed. And Regieleki is also denied of its own thunder.
With Thunder having only a 70% accuracy, it of course takes a miss, and Shotty is able to set up Trick Room without any problems.
Okay, now it is a question of what will happen next. Because typically, you don't want to use Electro Web under Trick Room because you're gonna make them faster. But in this case, they are already fast, so there's no. And we have the final boss.
Yes, the
making-
Rhyperior now finally showing itself. So now it's going to be taking all those electric moves from Regieleki, nullifying them. So it's a very good slow lead from here now, or a slower kind of pivoting now on Shotty's side for setting up the Trick Room. And Josh just reverses the Trick Room.
You know what? You have your own Trick Room. I have my Trick Room. I will dictate the speed. Earlier we said the speed control. The speed control is very important. Now you can see why.
So Josh just chooses to take the speed control into his own hands. So at this point in these first two turns, we just see that both of them want the speed control.
Now this is gonna be interesting because here comes the mind games of Trick Room. If you're facing an opponent that has Trick Room as well.
And as you can see here, he just goes for the Electro Web, and the Rhyperior just takes that without any problem. So the Fire Giraffe will just be taking that speed drop. So let's see what we'll do now. So his Josh Fire Giraffe just goes for the Dazzling Gleam, trying to deal some damage,
Rock Slide avoided by Regieleki.
and gets a crit on the Furry Giraffe, and just gets back his own Trick Room. So even if it did hit the Regieleki, it did get a crit hit on the Furry Giraffe, so that's a good bit of chip damage, and he gets a Trick Room back to his own favor.
Okay, so now it's gonna be a bit interesting because they could go. Now here comes another mind games. You set up the trick room. Will my opponent reverse it, and should I reverse it again?
So it's just basically an exchange of who gets to have Trick Room advantage and not. So we've just been seeing these 3 turns, Trick Room being placed, reversed, then placed once again. So we're going to see a switch out from the Reggie Alecki, and Josh will now bring out his own Kyogre, bringing in that rain.
Yes. So again, for me, this is pretty crucial because if, for example, in this case, Shoddy went for a helping hand and then high horsepower into that furry giraffe, taking it down, that would make sure that there is no more trick room mind games.
Yep, so he wanted to just secure the knockout on the furry giraffe, and he did it. So right now, Shoddy has the speed control with Rhyperior being the potentially slow unit in this field, and furry giraffe as well being the supportive Pokemon it is for Shotty's side. So we just want to see now on what Josh wants to bring out. So he only has his Regieleki and Tornados here. So what does he plan to bring out this time?
So we'll find out. I think there isn't much way for to do anything against Trick Room.
Because
Unless-
basically those are very fast units on his end. Like he has to think about how to stall these Trick Room turns. So Kyogre is reasonably slow, but the problem is that his Tornados and Regieleki are very frail to this kind of Trick Room setup.
Yes, but here's the thing. Final boss can easily go down with one Origin Pulse. Even if it goes for a Terra, that rain boosted Choice Specs Origin Pulse, if it hits,
I mean, well, of course, it will depend if Origin Pulse it. So since the Kyogre just got on the field, we're just about to see what kind of move it will be launching. If it's going to be that Origin Pulse or that Water Spout, and we're going to be seeing a Terrassalization coming out. So we're going to see that Kyogre Terrassalizing on Josh's end into the Water Terra. So that's going to be a lot of water damage coming out from either Water Spout or Origin Pulse.
yes, whatever move that Kyogre does or choose, it's gonna hurt. And
Hey.
Tornadus goes for a Protect. So
So-
nice and easy, gonna stall it out. Kyogre has no choice but to attack. Rock Slide, will it hit?
Okay, and we
Will
want to
it
see if he'll
hit?
be hitting those flinches. Okay,
It
it does
does.
hit. So we'll be getting the switch. That's still a good amount of damage. So
Very good
Psychic
amount.
Noise counts to the Tornadoes, but of course it protects. But we'll see if the Kyogre gets the flinch here. So looking at that, it did get the flinch. That's a lucky
We were
on
praying. We were
Shoddy's
saying
end.
it so much that it happened. We have summoned the flinch, the Hax Lord, into the field.
So at this point, we can see that Shoddy isn't really scared of getting his Rhyperior knockout to Kyogre from a potential water move.
Yes, here's the thing. Probably Kyogre can live 1 or 2 more hits. Maybe at least for the next round. Unless Furry Giraffe decides to go over it and just go for the Tornadoes.
Because if this Rhyperior still stays on the field, Regieleki couldn't really do much actually. So Regieleki's electric moves are nullified by Rhyperior's Lightning Rod, so they won't be doing much damage. And Rhyperior can just easily take this out. So it just refills itself and takes out the
Oh!
Regieleki.
That is a pretty bold move, going for a high horsepower in that slot instead of the Rock Slide. Maybe trying to avoid any RNG, but high horsepower is not that accurate as well. If
I mean, that's a 5% chance to miss, but Rock Slide is still more inaccurate because it only has 90 accuracy, so 10% chance of missing. But who doesn't love like those kinds of high risk moves?
agree. Well, I was just thinking maybe the Rock Slide can hit the Tornadoes and take it down as well, right?
Okay, and Ferrijif just gets a bit of healing back from the Citrus Berry, and Kyogre gets back on the field. So now that it just returned to the field, we just have to see what new move it'll be launching. So as you can see, there's still 1 or 2 turns of Trick Room left.
I think so. 2 more or 3 more turns.
Yeah, I lost count actually. So
I wasn't counting at all.
yeah, same, because I was just focusing on how much that Rhyperior could pose a threat to Josh's side, because of course it has already taken a significant amount of Pokemon on Josh and taking out that Farigiraf and Regieleki.
Yes. So we can see how much Trick Room has become the bane of Josh this game. So it's really interesting. The helping hand, Tornadoes goes for the protect. And how? Here's the thing. Will it hit? It does. Does it take
And
it down?
does get
It
the
does.
One hit. It doesn't get one hit. It just gets a knockout. So okay, I thought he would be going for a Rock Slide there, but of course he wants to just secure the knockout, getting that high horsepower. So now the Tornadoes really couldn't do much. So that just one sitting Tornadoes there and he still has 4 Pokemon on his team. So Shoddy has been doing well in the second game.
Agree. And now it is a question of will it crit? It
And he's just
doesn't.
trying to spam Bleak Wind Storms, trying to see if he can get any significant damage information here. So the Rock Slide actually misses.
So even though it missed, Trick Room is still up, so it's gonna be another game. But I think this is a good time to for Josh to slowly take time, maximize the counter, the timer, so that he can strategize for game 3.
Yeah, so of course he's going to be thinking about what he'll be doing in game 3 now. So he's just using this particular set of turns to already get some significant information. So he's just going to go for the protect there, and I am not sure if that will already give him the information he needs for the next game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can just use that time. Personally, what I'll do is just personally use this time to reorganize my thoughts, calm myself, because that Trick Room really tilted the scales
Yeah.
in Shotty's favor.
But I really have to hand it a shot here now, recognizing that Trick Room could be his potential win con here, especially that he has one of the slower units in the field. So it doesn't seem like Josh himself brought his own Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is also potentially slower Pokemon. But since we haven't seen in this game, we don't exactly know how fast is it. So as we can see, we're still going to be getting that Rhyperior damage off and takes the clean knockout on Tornadus. So we're approaching game 3 now, and let's see how both players will adjust to their next game plans.
Yes, oh, yes, oh. And again, these two players are actually their first time to join an on-site event. So this is very crucial for them in setting the tone, actually.
And I have to actually hand it out to Shaw here as he finally managed to get that proper adjustment there. So he was able to win with Trick Room here because Josh was going with those fast Tornadoes Regieleki leads, and he still did lead it in game 2. So that kind of gave Shotty the advantage to get the speed control on his end, especially with the Furry Giraffe lead. So right now, I want to see how both of these players will now use these semi-mirror Kyogre calls on how to adjust to the game, the next game. So looking at their team again is of course the same kind of core, but of course two different ones are there. And Rhyperior was actually the one who carried the second game at Shotty's side. I mean, is that Enzo?
Yes, and I'm actually thinking if Blood Moon Ursula would make its appearance. We can,
Wait, I actually just thought about it. Rhyperior actually swept Josh's whole team in the last game, so it did get all of those knockouts actually.
oh yes, so we can. It's a highlight for Rhyperior.
Yeah, so even if Courageous did some damage, it was actually Rhyperior taking all of those major damage, knocking out the Regieleki with just one hit and the Tysor's power, they're doing significant chip damage with its Courageous and Kyogre, and of course in the end game, just giving those Iron Heads to Tornadoes without any problem. So yes, Rhyperior was a very high value Pokemon at Shotty's end.
So it's gonna be. The question now is how Josh will deal with it. Actually, there's a lot of ways. We have the Ursaluna, we have the Kyogre, we have the Urshifu. So we'll find out how things will play out.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, Rhyperior is running is this the Flying Terra or the Steel Terra? Actually, so I mean, it'll still be taking damage from Kyogre whenever it spams its water terrestrialized move. So we're going to be seeing Josh lead with the Kyogre and Farigiraf, while Shotty leads with the Ludicolo and his own Kyogre. So the rain is already on the field, but we can see that Ludicolo is much faster thanks to its swift swim.
So here is the thing. Even with the Swift Swim, yeah, it's still gonna hurt both ends. Now it depends on how Josh will play things out here.
So we're going to be seeing a Terrestrialize come out from whose side is this? So I believe this is from Josh's side. So he wants to get that damage on from Kyogre once again with that Water Terra. Of course, it's Choice Specs boosted and Rain boosted. So that's going to be very heavy. And remember, Josh's Kyogre is faster.
Yes.
We're also seeing a Terrestrialize from Shotty's end. So who will be taking the Terrestrialization here? His Kyogre is also taking that Water Terrestrialization to give that big significant water damage.
I agree. And as you mentioned earlier, just for those who are not aware, in terms of the speeds of Pokemon, You can see who's faster by checking whose animation went first. So in this case, Josh's side went for the Terra first, but Ludicolo is fast because of its ability to swim.
And it does a significant amount of
And look at
damage.
that damage. And it's a
It
pretty
did
sad
take a
water
water
spout.
spout, so
It is a pretty
the water
sad.
spout is gonna come up, but it's not gonna do much damage despite being terrestrialized and helping hand boost it because as
Water
you know,
spout.
Water spouts damage decreases if you lose more HP.
Yes, I think, and it's a double KO.
And Shodi does get the double KO. So one hit KO in the first draft and just finished off Josh's Kyogre. So that water spout didn't really do much damage from Josh's end.
Yes, and all thanks to that Ludicolo, who's shiny. Actually, it's my favorite form.
That was really like the immediate safe play where Ludico will just go for the energy ball straight to the Kyogre, getting the knockout or getting a significant amount of damage.
I agree. I think there is also an expectation that there is a trick room, another trick room coming up onset of the game because of game 2.
And
Now
we can see now
we have
that
Regieleki.
Regieleki and Urshifu single strike are back on the field. So those are his only last two Pokemon left, and we haven't seen the last two Pokemon of Shori, so he might just keep these leads or might switch to something in the back like a potential Rhyperior or Farigiraf or even what other Pokemon brought. So you just have to see here on what Shori plans to do, and I'm actually more concerned of how Josh will adjust to this particular setup.
Yes, and here's the thing. What will change, make or break this game is the move that Regieleki would do. If it's Thunder, oh, Sucker Punch.
Final boss is here, and the Dark Fu just gives a Sucker Punch.
But here's the thing. We saw what monster is at the back line.
Yes. So of course he did bring out that final boss right there. Rhyperior just taking that Electro Web like a champ, or just taking it like a boss.
Yeah, like the final boss.
Like a final boss. So this may be the time for Rhyperior to show his final boss aura once again.
Yes, and now it's gonna be an interesting match.
So Rhyperior
An interesting
is the slowest
turn.
unit here. So the only problem here is that it doesn't really matter when it's facing up the Regieleki because it just ignores its electric type moves.
Yes, I think Regieleki must take down that Farigiraf in order to open that Urshifu's possibilities of attack, a rather offensive pressure, because now it's locked with Sucker Punch. But thanks to that Farigiraf's Armor Tail, it's rendered useless. Because Armor Tail, for those who are not aware, is actually an ability that negates priority moves such as Sucker Punch.
And he just went for the Sucker Punch while the
Oh.
what do you call it, Farigiraf's on the field. So it does fail because of course Farigiraf is on the field. So was he expecting to switch out there?
Maybe.
And just goes for the high horsepower straight into the Regieleki, knocking it off. So that was just really a clean turn from Shorty right there. And I honestly want to call out the first turn where Shorty was able to get that significant turn of events. It was an all-star
Yes.
from game 1 actually.
We can see that from both sides. I mean, this is not. I think this is a good match between two players who are at least on a relatively close level. Because earlier we saw in game 1 that Joss swept the field with Regieleki and then the Kyogre at the back, right?
And
Game 2, the adjustments.
if I'm not mistaken here, the Urshifu
All right, and it's
he has
game.
No choice. So like he has no choice but to just stay locked with the Sucker Punch, and that's already it. So the whole round goes to Josh. Hey, Shotty. So congratulations to Shotty. So sorry about that, but yeah,
Congratulations on your
Shotty
first
really
match.
played so well in these set of games. So that game 3 turn 1 was super significant to him. So he did not ignore the fact that his Ludicolo was faster. So hands up to Shotty for winning it. Congratulations to him once again.
Yes, and this is quite a match for these two players. Again, these two players, it's their first time in an on-site event, so I hope that they are having fun right now, and may their games be great until the end of the tournament, okay?
So what do you think was the highlight of your games? So for me, it was really the Rhyperior because in those past 2 games of Shorty, Rhyperior was clear in all of
I think the name Final Boss really speaks for itself, right? I want to do a quick shout out to the Moody Colo as well. Because without that Moody Colo, the takeover could actually potentially ruin the game.
Rudy Polo has
And actually right now, you guys, you may not see me right now because I'm looking at them here. Hence the reason why I'm looking at this direction. As I can see that both players are now talking about what happened. You can see sportsmanship here. Well, you guys can't see, but we can see it. And it's pretty nice that they're taking the meaning out of this, right? For me, I'm looking for more action-packed games. I heard that there's a lot of players here who got their own Joa buffs. So I'm interested to see whose Joa buff is stronger. But you have... Who needs a Joa buff if you have no Peko, right? And so please eat so that you won't get more pecos. If you're hungry, eat something. And speaking of eat, we have our sponsors here, Hilltop Gaming. Kindly follow their Instagram page at Hilltop Gaming. So guys, we'll see you in a bit and we'll be right back.
welcome back to Collision Course, and I'm now partnered with somebody else.
Nice to be here. It's great to be on stream with you once again. Enzo, I am RJ, one of our casters, or Romeo, as you know me here in the community. Grabe! Battle of Katipunan.
Ulitin ang team sheets nito mamaya, my friends. So, we are now very excited for this matchup because this is a very interesting, not just interesting, mind-boggling matchup for us. Personally, for me, rather, because this is a match between two veteran players.
Yes. So some two giants going up against each other. We have Lychee and Choco Pao coming up on stream with two giant teams also.
Yes, and now So there's a lot of questions on the place. So it's going to be a great matchup. Now, I think both players are going into the game.
Yeah, they're already about to select their Pokemon, about to send out the leads for this following game 2. Let's see if Chocopao can dominate once again for this game 2, or if Lychee is going to pull a comeback.
They hate to lose. They won't easily give a to anybody. So as we can see here, we have Yan Xiao.
That's a very considerable adjustment coming from Lychee's side. Fake Out, commonly seen on Mienshao, will be blocked by NBD's Psychic Terrains, engaging all priority attacks. But one very interesting thing that Mienshao is carrying that is very useful against the Calyrex Shadow Ride on the opposing side. That's right, Enzo. It's White Guard, blocking both the Astral Barrage and the Expanding Force from the Chocopao side. That's a protect coming from the Shadow Rider on Chongpao's side. Falling Pop going into the NDD, dealing big damage. Let's see that close combat, hitting that NDD, knocking it out before it can do anything on this field. So Lychee calling the turn right, seeing the protect coming from the Shadow Rider and knocking out that NDD. That's a big turn for Lychee.
Now we have
the Psychic Terrain, giving some recovery to everyone on the field now with that grassy terrain. So added bulk on both sides, but also added priority going to that grassy science of this Rillaboom.
or rather what you their help. And another thing is that if you move so fast, anyone will move.
Chocopao side, that's gonna go into that Calyrex Shadow Rider. Seahorse making an appearance once again, turning into a Terra Water variant. So Terra Water Terra Blast available this time, but also its spread moves, which this Wide Guard will negate. So let's see what Chocopao goes for. But first, we're gonna see a Pollen Puff coming from Lychee's Shadow Rider.
Almost knocking out that Rillaboom because of that choice specs. Expanding Force onto this Mienshao. You're gonna hang on with just 1 HP.
Okay, now this is gonna be interesting. What will Rillaboom do? Even though it has like 2% or 1% HP, it's gonna deal a lot of damage into that Calyrex Shadow Rider. It's gonna faint because of the recoil. But Calyrex Shadow Rider is so bulky.
It's still hanging on, taking a full-powered Wood Hammer from this Rillaboom. And that Rillaboom knocked itself out in the process. Thankfully, that the Calyrex Shadow Rider didn't knock out the Rillaboom with its own attack, or else it would have gotten a Grim Neigh boost. So Rillaboom got knocked out by its own recoil. That's why you didn't see the Grim Neigh boost going onto this Calyrex.
Now, I am interested to see what the play is from Lychee's side. So both of his Pokemon is actually down in the red, but he managed to take down 2 Pokemon. The Dozo is alone. It does not have Tatsugiri.
That's true. An interesting choice from Lychee not to bring his own or Chocopao rather, not to bring his own Tatsugiri, but an Astral Barrage is more than enough to take down 2 Pokemon. Lychee did not click Wide Guard on that side.
Okay,
So Grimday boost going
Yeah.
to this Shadow Rider on Chocopow's side. Wave Crash not gonna hit anything because Shadow Rider already did all of the work for Chocopow.
And this is pretty bad for Lychee, and here's the reason why. With that last turn, Grim Boost was able to activate twice because it took down 2 Pokemon.
That's true, but considering that this Dondozo would have Unaware, it would still ignore the Grimday boost on the opposing Calyrex's side.
Yes, and funny thing is, earlier in game 1 we said both Dondozo is unaware of any stat boost, okay, from either any player's side. Now, since Chocobo brought its own Dondozo, it doesn't need to have its own boost because it can actually deal a lot and rather significant damage into the opposing Dondozo because it is unaware of the boost.
That's true. We'll see the Tatsugiri-less Dondozo on Chocopow's side and the fully boosted Dondozo on Lychee's side.
So this is a single Dondozo versus a Dondozo with Jowa boost.
Jowa niya ba si Tatsugiri? Isn't it like a...
It's a commander, you know.
Ah, okay, si Commander.
Si Commander.
Okay. Makes a lot of sense. Commander boost from Lychee's
So sorry,
Dondozo.
guys.
And here with Dr. Love on this gaming stream. But anyway, Astral Barrage going to avoid that Tatsugiri, going to the Dondozo, hitting it for
Wow,
less than 50%. That's considerable enough damage. Let's see what this Dondozo is going for. It's a substitute, sacrificing its own HP to put up a substitute doll, taking damage from this order up. Let's see if it's gonna knock out the substitute.
Louis, will you hang on?
And
Louis,
the
hang on!
substitute is actually going to hang on. So that's a big deal for Lychee, buying himself some extra turns with that grassy terrain recovery,
Yes,
leftovers. He'll get to protect next turn to recover even more HP from
that's
both those
probably
sources. He'll be
18%?
above 50% HP already.
Yes, and you can see here that as long as you have Commander, you're gonna be well fed.
Just trust in Commander. And here we see again that Protect. You will be able to recover a lot of that HP. It's as if that Astral Barrage never really hit it in the first place.
Yes, and here's the thing. Substitute, for those who are not aware, is you're gonna sacrifice a few HP of your own so that you can have that HP replace it and access the sheep, right? Now with that boost, earlier it got hit by an order up, so it's actually less now. So it's just gonna take one. It can actually take one more hit.
And thankfully that the grassy terrain has disappeared for Chocopow, which will lessen the recovery of Lychee's Dondozo.
Okay, we can see Lychee making a celebratory pose. Order up.
Right, using the order up on the Pokemon that did not protect itself, boosting its attack against the opposing Dondozo. Now, the Joa-less Dondozo going for its own order up.
The
hitting it-
single dozo.
Is it gonna knock? Okay, okay. Okay, knock out. Okay, so the substitute will fade finally from Lychee's Dondozo, but that's a lot of HP recovered and a lot of time bought for Lychee.
Yes, and now Lychee can just protect again. Take. Here's what we were saying earlier. This match is gonna
go long.
So you can probably order something here from the lovely
Order
menu.
up something
Order up.
from.
Yeah.
If you're watching from home, go book a Grab or something. I'll be ordering another coffee from the cafe downstairs from True Blends C Plus Coffee here in Katipunan.
Yes, they're very accommodating, really good service. Love the food here, and we see another protect. So it's time for another commercial break. So again, please feel free.
Dondozo eating his own leftovers at the end of this turn. You should probably be munching on something right now while watching stream.
Agree. And while you're munching, feel free to follow Hilltop's Instagram page at Hilltop Gaming QC. So you can see more updates at Hilltop Gaming QC. And also, let's thank our sponsors, Plushies, for always supporting us with our unhealthy habit of collecting plushies with good products.
Don't call it unhealthy. You're making me feel guilty. But here we go. We're gonna see the terrestrialization finally
Terra
coming
Dragon.
out from
Lychee, Terra Dragon, going to be weak to that order up, but going to boost its own order up against Chocopao. So,
Yes, Astral Barrage.
going out onto this Dondozo, let's see how much it will do this time. Oh, that's a considerable amount of
good
damage. Shadow Rider going to lose some health because of the Life Orb. Order up. That's Terra boosted. Going into this, Calyrex Shadow Rider. Oh, it's going to knock it out. That's some big damage after the previous order up. Don't forget that Lychee's Dondozo has got an attack boost additional to the commander boost from Tatsugiri because of the order up in the previous turn. Order up coming from Dondozo and Chocopao hanging on with just barely enough HP. Taking some recovery from that leftovers, but one more hit from Chocopao's Pokemon might just knock it out.
Okay, earlier I said that the unaware of Chocopao's single Dondozo would take care of that Dondozo. Could possibly at least take some damage from it. But since Dondozo is unaware of the defensive boost, offensive boost, but it is still aware of the speed boost.
That's true. So we still have to remember the speed orders of these Pokemon. Protect coming out once again from Lychee. Get some leftovers going. But I still think this one order up is enough to take down that Dondozo. Order up coming from Lychee. Let's see what it's gonna do to Chocopao's Dondozo. Not enough because it's unaware.
Yes, it is unaware of the boost and unaware of everything that Louis has. Unaware that it has its own Jowa. Now it's gonna take it down, leaving
Just the Tatsugiri on Lychee's end. So, it's 1v1 now. That's Tatsugiri versus Dondozo.
Will Tatsugiri have its revenge for taking down its partner?
Some revenge for taking down its
Di ko rin alam.
Jowa, significant other. Dragon Pulse going on to this. Dondozo. Oh!
Survive!
An order up going on to this. But Tatsugiri, it lives. If Tatsugiri is faster, there is a chance for Lychee to get this win. We'll see a protect coming up out from Chocopao's Dondozo. Buying some time, maybe for himself to think and come up with a strategy. Dragon Pulse going into the Burst Protect. Let's see what this Tatsugiri is gonna go for next turn. And if this Dondozo can squeeze its way out somehow.
Now is the time.
So, just thinking of a better strategy. How is this gonna work? Tricky situation for both players. Dragon Pulse faster, gonna take down this Dondozo. And game 2 goes to Lychee.
Tat, umorder mo, nakapin yung dozo niya sa baba.
We're in for a game 3.
Yes.
I have a feeling.
What's your feeling, bro?
Game 2 went longer than game 1.
Oh, I was about to say.
I'm just saying, game 2 went longer than game 1. Game 3 is coming up.
Of course, here's my thing. Earlier you mentioned, yes, game 2 actually took longer than game 1. But since both players are now playing for this round's win point, okay, match point, I'm pretty sure that they're gonna go all out.
That's true. So it might not be a slugfest of a game. They might just go to a full loose cannon, try to knock each other out as quickly as possible for game 3.
Possibly, or they can just simply take their time because they have to be very careful if they want to win this match.
Buong araw naman pala tayo dito eh. It's fine, let's take our time.
So, but here's the thing. Earlier I said that I really trusted Lychee to get game 2. Okay, because I know the caliber that these two have because
Yeah.
they're really good at the game. Okay. But now, I'm gonna say Chocopao learned a lot. Chocopao is a very
That's true.
analytical
He's
player.
learned a lot from game 2.
So he's gonna take. We're gonna see how Chocopao will analyze the data and translate it into moves to gain the advantage of the Lychee, or will Lychee go ahead and make electrifying games? Okay.
Even without a Miraidon on the field, we will see very electrifying games from both players. But I'm sure they're taking their time selecting
hang on.
their strategies.
Is it? Am I seeing it right? I just noticed that Tatsugiri has, from Chocopao's side, has Bright Powder. Will that actually play a part?
That's true. Bright Powder on Chocopaw's side might make some very unpredictable turns. Bright Powder gives you a chance to avoid attacks even if they are 100% accurate. You're rolling the dice, but if it rolls in your favor, you're living for an extra turn.
But if it's not on your favor,
Goodbye, Tatsugiri.
that's scary. So, here we are, Game 3, Lychee versus Chocopao. We have on our odds side of it here, the audience, or rather, not just the audience, but the participants who are done with their game are watching. We have Galaria Weezing.
Very interesting adjustment from Lychee. That's Galarian Weezing's neutralizing gas, negating the abilities of all Pokemon on the field. Normally we see this strategy with Tatsugiri carrying its own ability shield, but the Tatsugiri on Lychee's side is holding that Assault Vest. So, Commander will not be active right now.
But here's the thing, it will always activate because Weezing is on the field. So
That's
Weezing
true.
has to switch out.
In order for the significant other to take the boosts of
The Jawa
Tatsugiri.
boost.
Yes. So we'll see what these players are going for this turn.
I'm guessing this is gonna be the Miracle play.
Is it going to be your code play?
Question is, will Tatsugiri have enough bulk
To survive a miracle, or to survive an Astral Mirage
Yeah.
from the opposing Pokemon. We see a quick terrestrialization from Lychee's side. That's Terra Dark onto this Weezing. What could he possibly be going for? Helping Hand going into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, getting ready for a very, very big Astral Barrage onto the Tatsugiri. Resisted now by this Weezing. Tatsugiri holding on with very enough HP. And we're
Tingnan mo,
gonna
tingnan
see
mo, tingnan mo.
Toxic Spikes
Uwi ka na ng
from
Cavite.
this Galarian Weezing.
Eto na,
Let's
ikot
go!
natin ang bus.
Let's see this Tatsugiri's Miracle! Shadow Rider! Shadow Rider is down!
That was quite a play from Lychee.
Imagine that. That is a Tatsugiri living a Helping Hand boosted, Life Orb boosted, Calyrex Shadow Rider's Astral Barrage.
But earlier we predicted that this might happen, right? Here's the thing. Chocopao is not the person to be tilted with just one move. Okay? We can still see a possible, although there is Toxic Spike, so that's gonna play a huge factor.
That's true. Cutting down the longevity of the Dondozo on Chocopao's side, if ever.
And there is no heal, leftover healing from
We
Chocopao.
see a Follow Me coming out from this NDV. Dragon Ball is actually gonna knock out the Tatsugiri on Lychee's side. Let's see what this Weezing is going to go for. Toxic Spikes from the previous turn and another layer of Toxic Spikes. And correct me if I'm wrong, Enzo, but another layer of Toxic Spikes means that whatever comes in will be badly poisoned. Not just regular poison, but badly poisoned.
Very bad use indeed. So here's the thing, for those who are not aware, Toxic Spike is actually leaving a lot of spikes that is poisonous, as its name suggests, that would poison a Pokemon that's grounded, that enters the field. Okay, meaning if you are flying, you're kind of safe. But the poison here is like probably what, 1/8 of your damage HP continuously until you faint. But if you're badly poisoned, it multiplies every single turn. So the longer you play, the more bad
The poison
decision-
gets.
Yes,
Yeah.
putting you in a bad position.
So, if we see this Weezing switching out into Lychee's own
Meron ako ng Psychic Surge.
different Pokemon, we'll see
Meron
Psychic
lang.
Surge coming out. And
Sali ko sa'yo na Expanding
we'll see
Force.
neutralizing gas disappearing. Indeed, Psychic Seed is actually going to activate now that Psychic Surge has come up. We'll see the Pokemon switching in. It's going to be that Dondozo this time.
Dozo, the other part of the Jowa buff, Expanding Force.
An expanding force coming out
In
from
the
Lychee's Shadow Rider.
Ba yan?
Lychee doesn't even have his own
Cavite!
psychic terrain.
Uuwi na si
Lychee
Ryan!
just uses his opponent's
Lumayo
psychic
pa kasi
terrain
ng Katipunan!
to boost his own Calyrex
Marami
Shadow
namang
Rider.
Katipunero
Alluring
sa
Voice going to
Cavite.
hit this Dondozo and not doing a lot of damage.
Yes, but that's still a significant chunk for a Dondozo hit.
Likod mo.
Dondozo coming in with that Covert Cloak.
Sakit
What
yan.
I was
Tatlong turn
thinking,
pa tayo.
if I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, bro, Alluring Voice when your opponent heals,
Alam ko,
rather
yun,
boosts its own
sabi ko nga game 3 para content.
it's gonna...
They will have additional effects from Unlearning Voice. But from this grimly boosted Calyrex Shadow Rider, holding its choice specs on Lychee's side,
Boy ka nga
it's
sa
just
game.
too much for Chocopao to handle. And we're gonna see Lychee take down Chocopao for this game 3.
So that
Alam ko yan, di mo nakapan, tumayo na agad ako.
game, bro. I mean,
Napisot eh.
both our players are discussing what happened. So we can see that it's just another game for them, sportsmanship and the like. So Bond is there. But that is quite a match. Although we were predicting it's gonna be long, but it is a long and exciting match.
Game 1 went by pretty fast. We saw the Shadow Rider on Lychee's side getting knocked out really quick. Game 2 was much longer with both Dondozos facing off against each other. But we never got a full Dondozo v Dondozo matchup.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate,
both
for
players
doing that.
for not bringing out both their Dondozo and Tatsugiris at the same time. That would have caused
That would cause our entire game.
a stream delay, a delay of some sort.
No, we're just kidding because even though it's gonna take a while, we're very thankful for the Pokemon Company for introducing a timer for that match.
A big win for Lychee this round 2. Getting early wins in a tournament like this is very meaningful for our players.
Yes, and here's the thing. It shows the caliber of the two.
Because
Both players really did a lot of technical aspects there.
Yeah.
It can swing both ways. Yeah. So, anyways, if you enjoyed that stream, please continue to follow us. We'll be having another stream shortly. Stay on the line, and we'll be seeing you in the next match.
See you for Collision Course round 3 coming up very soon.
See you.
Welcome back everyone to our welcome back everyone to our round 3 of our Collision Course tournament here in Katipunan Hilltop Gaming Lounge. Enzo, sino ba itong mga maglalaro? Or who's playing in this round?
Okay, so these two players are heavyweights in the VGC scene here in the Philippines. So on the blue quarters, weighing 195 pounds. I'm just kidding sa weights ha. Hindi tayo weight shaving. We have from Lumious Titans, L. Okay, so this player is very consistent so far in the run. We like the team versus the PH National Champion of 2024 GC category.
We have
The Dancing Champ.
Stranger to taking down Giants himself. We have L with his own very, very creative team as well.
Yes, and let's head into the team sheet, by the way. So I'm not sure if there's a problem with the audio, but you're gonna see me smiling and RJ
Slightly blurry.
Yes, so first up, for Pong, we have Earthshape through Rapid Strike with Choice Scarp, rocking that coaching deck. Dragonite Choice Band without Outrage, Terra Crowd, Incineroar Entity, Calyrex Shadow Rider, and
The Tornadoes.
for speed.
You'll notice that this is Pong's signature Dragonite, a favorite of his.
I think basically this is his national championship
Team just with the Shadow Rider.
instead of the Iron Crown.
Yeah. And we have, of course, L's team with a Raging Bolt, Walking Wake, Rillaboom, Tornadoes, Coridon, and Entei coming out. For Pong's side, it's the fabled duo that is Dragonite and Tornadoes. On L's side, a Tornadoes of his own, and this Entei.
Yeah, I like this Entei to be honest, because Entei is here, that's his choice. So if ever that Entei hits that Dragonite first, there is a good chance that Dragonite Entei of that Dragonite signal, even though it had the choice.
That's true. And what I really want to see from this Entei is that really, really big hit that can come from a Giga impact. Some drawbacks that you won't be able to attack the following turn, but definitely something to watch out for with that Terra normal boost.
Yes, and another thing here that Dragonite can actually deal a lot of damage using that Earth.
Yes.
Also, aside from Perfect, Outrage is also an option. So Outrage, for those who are not aware, is a strong move that you have to continually use it for a couple of turns,
And it will target random Pokemon also.
because you're outraged. It's like a
Blind
blind
outraged. But first, we're gonna see a Terra normal boost from this Entei, changing into a normal type Tailwind. Coming out first from L's side, and a Tailwind coming next from Pong's side. Let's see what these two offensive Pokemon are gonna go for. Sacred Fire first, going on to the Tornadoes. It's going to hang on with its Focus Sash. That's a very, very strong Sacred Fire. And now, that Dragonite is going for that Outrage. Choice Band boosted, one-hit knockout. Goodbye Entei, and goodbye Terrestrialization option for L.
Honestly, that was pretty scary because here's the thing. L's Tornadoes is actually faster. Okay. Another thing, if Entei got that burn on that Tornadoes, that's gonna be a 1-1 score from both sides.
So that would have been a full trade, but because of that Focus Sash on the Tornadoes on Pong's side, it was able to hang on really quick. But Pong rolling the dice right away with an Outrage.
Yes, I mean, there's nothing to lose here. Dragonite's Outrage can deal a significant damage, neutral at best as well, to both Pokemon. But now Dragonite can also go for another Outrage. If it hits that Raging Bolt, that's gonna be
That's a knockout for sure, coming from that Dragonite.
And another thing here is, because Dragonite is there on the field, okay, it can go for any other moves and try
Except
them.
for Outrage, right?
Yes.
It's going to be stuck there outraging. Tornado's gonna switch out, coming in for this Calyrex. Raging Bolt going to protect itself, doesn't want to get hit by that Outrage. Dragonite will be free to attack this turn, but first, a Bleak Wind Storm breaking the multi-scale of that Dragonite. And an Outrage hitting the correct target, knocking out the Tornadoes. This Dragonite is hitting all the dice. It's getting all the right turns.
Agree. I mean, Pong is one of Dragonite's strongest soldier.
Yes, definitely. If you're on our Discord channel, you might have seen a Dragonite apology form. Might as well start filling it out right now.
For any friends or beloved of the bereaved because of Dragonite.
Because of Pong's Dragonite,
We're selling insurance.
it's still threatening a knockout on both these Pokemon.
But here's the thing, okay? Koraidon could be faster than Dragonite
That's
now
true.
that it actually does not have any Rattata to scale. It's out of the question. But now we have
Dragonite
Infinity
switching
Shot.
out.
Okay, so this is gonna be probably an
We might see a big expanding force coming from Pong's side. NDD gonna boost itself with its Psychic Seed, boosting its special defense, effective against this Raging Bolt. A Protect actually,
Okay.
coming from the Calyrex, protecting
smart.
itself for a while.
I
But
think what they want to do is Calyrex needs to, because it can actually go down.
that's true. A Flare Blitz going into the Protect of the Calyrex, Dragon Pulse going into the NDD. Because of that Psychic Seed, it takes less than 50% HP.
So I'm pretty sure if I'm guessing it right, Calyrex can go for an expanding force, hitting both Pokemons from L side. And if Koraidon does go first, it can go and take down the ETD. Ollie?
It's a Protect from the Koraidon, going to protect itself from the Calyrex Shadow Rider's attacks. Follow me, coming out from that NDD, going to redirect any Thunderclaps coming from this Raging Bolt. But first, an expanding force going to hit this Raging Bolt, doing massive amounts of damage, leaving it with just a bit of HP left. A Thunderbolt going to be redirected into that NDD, not even going to get that knockout thanks to that Psychic Seed.
Okay, for those who are not aware, NVD can actually produce a terrain when it comes into the field called Psychic Terrain. Psychic Terrain makes priority moves useless. Okay, so that includes Thunderclap from Raging Bolt. Another
Yes.
thing, with that Psychic Speed, which operates wherein if you step into Psychic Terrain, you are able to get a boost on the special defense side, which Raging Bolt is unfortunately a special attacker. That's why Indeedee was able to hang on. But now, Expanding Force is also gonna get the boost because of that Psychic Terrain, because Expanding Force is a Psychic move, so it gets at least 50% boost. But Expanding Force has a interesting mechanic. It gets another 50%
Yes. When Psychic Terrain is up and you're able to hit both those Pokemon, follow me, coming out from this Indeedee once again, going to protect that Calyrex. A Flame Charge will knock out this Indeedee and boost Koraidon's speed stat. Let's see what this Calyrex Shadow Rider is going for on Pong's side. That's an expanding force going to be hitting into the protected Raging Bolt, but that's goodbye Koraidon, which is a fighting type and definitely not going to live against one really big expanding force.
Yes, Expanding Force with a stab or save type ability boost. Because Calyrex is still a Psychic type with a Psychic Terrain.
And with its Life Orb, that's... I'm not living that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna...
I'm sure Koraidon's not living that.
Yes, unless it goes for a Terra, but in this case, it is a good info for both players that Koraidon is faster than that Koraidon. Rather, at the Calyrex.
That's
rather.
true. It was able to go for the Flame Charge even before that Calyrex was able to attack. Dragonite coming out once again, using the extreme speed into the Psychic Terrain.
Thunderclap.
But Thunderclap also going into the Calyrex. This Psychic Terrain is messing everyone up except for Calyrex, which will go for an expanding force, sealing the game for Pong. That's game one in his hands.
Yes, and I would like to thank Pong and Elder for making the our explanation easier about the Psychic Terrain.
It will block the priority moves on both sides if the opponent is grounded.
So I hope that is a credibility boost for us because that made what we said is true. So, and from what we're back on screen. Hi guys.
So, talking about game 2, what kind of adjustments do you want to see L make?
Well, first off, they're beside us, so I don't really want to make a prediction. But from what I can see here, of course, since they both know the speed tiers of each of the mons that they have, they are aware of the possible damage output, especially that Dragonite. So they can make adjustments into it. And from what I can see here, most of L's team rely on Koraidon
That's
with the
true.
sun moves because most of his team's actually pretty Jurassic. You have the Raging Bolt, the Walking Wake.
Carrying that photosynthesis ability, which will get boosted when the sun is up. And that's what Koraidon brings to the field.
Yes, so that is the possible win condition here. I mean, Entei is there, sure, great. But if it hits and it burns, great. If it doesn't, because Sacred Fire has a chance to actually miss, it's gonna be very crucial, especially with the damage output that we can see from Dragonite, and possibly a damage from Calyrex. And one thing that I would just like to point out, earlier we noticed the speed of
Yes, that's true, the
said
speed.
Calyrex. So if that, we can safely assume, I'm guessing, that that Calyrex is more on the bulky side. Because you need HP to survive Knife Work damage.
That's true. And with the speed of Koraidon going first against the Calyrex, we also saw the Entei go first before the Dragonite.
Yes, and the Tornadus actually went first against the Tornadus.
That's true. So we might notice that L's Pokemon might be trained faster than Pong's.
So I'm guessing that we expect a Tornadus from Pong's side.
And now we're going into Game 2. Pong sending out his Tornadus and Dragonite once again. And Tornadus and Entei on L's side. So let's see what these players are going to go for.
So it's pretty much the same.
It's the same leads. It is.
So they are confident that these leads would bring them the advantage. But the thing is, what is the difference? Will it be the target? Will Outrage fail the PH national champ? But no,
That's an extreme speed going into the Entei, hanging on with 50% HP. Tailwind coming out next, again coming first from.
Sacred Fire into that Dragonite.
Let's see if it's gonna get the burn. No burn. Bleak Wind Storm going into the Entei. Entei is gonna hang on, and Tornadus as well on L's side. So, unlike the previous game, no Pokemon is knocked out on turn 1. But because two Pokemon are carrying the choice and item, then they'll be locked into those moves for this turn.
Yeah, so it's gonna be an interesting match now because Entei is rocking and saltless, so he can actually change.
Oh, it's carrying a choice band still.
Oh,
that
I am
Entei.
wrong. I am wrong. I'm so sorry. So if that's the case, then it's locked into that move. But the thing is,
Entei is gonna switch out because it is locked to Sacred Fire and will get knocked out by an extreme speed. Rillaboom coming in for L side, going to set that grassy terrain.
if Pong read it right and that extreme speed went into that tornado to take it down, that tornado's okay. Nice.
Okay,
Wrong.
I guess that's gonna go into that Rillaboom. Extreme speed, gonna reduce its HP. Taunt coming from L's Tornadus, going into Pong's Tornadus, will block any status moves. But a Bleak Wind Storm going to take out the Tornadus with a critical hit, and Rillaboom just barely hanging on L's side. So, the taunt negated by Pong just because he just wanted to go for damage.
Yes, and now L is in a predicament because two of his pawns, although it's like 3-4
Yes.
in terms of Pokemon count, two of his Pokemons are actually down in the red. So I'm not sure which is faster, Entei or Dragonite. I think it's Entei, if memory serves. So extreme speed from Entei's side can go first.
That's true. And Fake Out from this Rillaboom will also go first into the Tornadus or the Dragonite, because Dragonite is multi-scale and not inner focus.
But now multi-scale is broken, so that damage will be normal. But here's the thing, I'm not sure how this would play out, I guess, because even with the fake out or the Sacred Fire, Pong can just easily switch it. Take that out.
That's true. It's going to block any sort of priority moves. And that Tornadus switching out, gonna go into that Calyrex. Not indeed to block priority moves, but this Calyrex is a ghost type. It's still going to be immune to both Fake Out and Extreme Speed from L's side. We're going to see Fake Out going onto that Dragonite, gonna stop it from moving. Extreme Speed still going into the Dragonite and dealing considerable amount of HP with that choice band.
The Dragonite is still so bulky. Look at that muscle from Dragonite. You can see that Dragonite can easily go into your monster now, or Calyrex can actually just sweep it with Astro Barrage or expanding force if it is at the back.
That's true. If Indeedee is in the back, it will also remove the grassy terrain from Rillaboom, removing any form of recovery and any form of priority from the grassy glide of this monkey.
Yes, and here's the thing. From what I can see, both Pokemon has the protect. So even if they want to change and swap it in, right now, L is in a predicament. I mean, not to be biased, but from what I can
But
see here,
with
it's
this Rillaboom swapping into this Koraidon from L's side, it's going to be very afraid of that same expanding force that knocked it out in the previous game. Sun coming up, Orichalcum Pulse coming up, boosting its damage. But let's see if this Koraidon can live the turn. This Indeedee coming in, removing the grassy terrain, putting in that psychic terrain, and Calyrex rubbing its hooves together, getting ready for it. He's getting ready. He just wants to let out that big expanding force.
yes.
And let's see first, Extreme Speed going to be negated by that Indeedee's psychic terrain, expanding force from this Calyrex. That's a big double one-hit knockout from
Aside from that, there is also the Grenade boost. I mean, the
kind of
overkill.
overkill.
But it's nice
He's
to
got
have.
a sharply boosted special attack. How much HP does Rillaboom have? What, 5? 28. Okay.
It's close to 5%.
I think that's more than enough for Calyrex's one expanding force or astral barrage.
Yeah. I mean, it's still a good game, a good showing from L. You can see that he's still a formidable player. And you can see why Pong is the VCCPH National Champ for 2024.
And with that astral barrage, Pong secures this round for himself, winning both games 1 and 2, and improving his record at Collision Course. That was quite a dominant performance from Pong.
Yes, you can see that they have their own flow charts. They have their own planned game. But it's Pokemon, so it depends on the opponent as well. And that's the fun part of Pokemon VGC, because you have your own mind, you have your own mindset. You get to understand your opponent. They have outplayed you. It's just because that they understood you better. So it's a game that sort of brings you together. It makes you compete with each other.
And you end up getting better and better at the game process. And, well, being better friends too.
Yeah, I mean, look at us. I mean, we've known each other for how many years now? Yeah, we've been buddies for roughly
10 years.
9-10 years, right?
9-10 years.
Yeah.
And if you're looking for communities like this, if you're still a casual player, that's fine. Just go ahead, watch the stream, join us for some on-site events, like here at Hilltop Gaming Lounge in Katipunan. Meet lots of great people. We'll be there. Andrew will be there. I'll be there. And
Just drop a comment in the stream, we'll reach out to you, or you can go to our page, EGP Pokemon PH, you can also post it there, or you can just simply just comment here, we'll reach out to you, or someone will reach out to you if you're interested.
And that's it for our round 3 match of Collision Course. We're gonna throw you back into a quick break. We'll be back with round 4.
See you soon!
we are still in round 3, and I'm very happy to join. We're all here to go off the set.
Kaya mo na yan. Ah, wait lang.
I'm very happy with this opportunity.
Okay, wait. Wait. I will give you the go signal. We'll give you the go signal. Okay? We'll give you the go signal.
And you're in for a treat, so type down. You're excited for this one because this is the first time we're seeing a sudden death match.
A sudden death match between Kenny and Justin. Their games a while ago. Sorry. Sorry. Sige, Kenny and Nechiro. We're very happy to
Start. Start na.
But it came down to a draw. That draw
third round draw with their teams, and we're very excited to show what their teams are doing. Probably stall for a bit. What are you most excited about?
Honestly, in the previous games, we saw a lot of RNG rolls happening, and we might see that start again in this match. But of course, because it's a sudden death match, the winners are the first person to get the KO and take this match.
First KO, ha? Kaya ba yan? Kaya.
It's about ensuring you don't have to get the Pokemon knocked out or deliberate that. In KO, if necessary, is that you can.
It's going to be very different from the previous matches where they were both setting up the okay trading damage. This time, it's about getting that damage.
Maganda na sila.
Paano kapag pareho kayo namatay? But based on what I saw,
Special attackers who has a graphic books and a Kyogre on both sides. So very big special attack stats coming from Alright, we're gonna jump into game very, very soon. It is Kenny versus Nejiro for our deciding round 3. It is Raging Ball and Rillaboom facing down Yes, and of course, that Raging Ball. Yes, this is the Rapid Strike version on this side, holding a choice scarf. It is going to be both the grass type and the type max from the opposing side. Just wait. We're looking for big damage, but what if this Urshifu just switches out to something that can easily take those damage?
may nakikita ko yung nakaselect na ako.
So, some big mind
Bahala ka
games
sa
right
kung ano.
away.
Ano mangyayari?
Tago mo yan! Nakaselect mo!
That Terraform, that funky Terraform in the field, gonna take very Let's see.
Dapat tama yung ano mo, ha? Dapat tama. Anong ano
It is
mo?
a big out from the to the opposing Rillaboom. A Thunderbolt going into Terrapagos' Terra Shell, breaking it and reducing damage from that Thunderbolt. That's still a lot of damage despite the Terra Shell.
Some changes, because the leads some down changes. It's going to be grass.
That's true. Raging Ball is threatening a lot of damage still with its big Draco Meteors and the Black and Thunderbolts. So let's see now for this second turn what is gonna come out from this region.
Definitely, this is a match. You can see here the hype from everyone in the Hilltop lounge, and we're going to see it happen.
That is not gonna happen to this Terrapagos. That is a protect, keeping it safe from any attacks from the Spirit Boom already. Raging Bolt predicted correctly. Thunderbolt into the Spirit Booms. And no paralysis. You turn around the Rillaboom into the opposing Rillaboom. That's super effective. Going back now to Netero. Let's see the Pokemon that's gonna come out. It is gonna be that Incineroar. Intimidating. The Rillaboom reducing its damage. And will take much better hits from this Rillaboom's
Roll it! So you turn this
Incineroar. I was expecting KOs. We are not getting them yet. Big damage to the opposing side. A Kyogre on the side of Candy. But that Incineroar has a live range. That's also true. Netero here, what are you most afraid of? Yeah, with the Incineroar and the Terrapagos.
I would be afraid of having to miss a KO, but it's highly Pwede ka naman mag-hint, tapos ka naman namin hint.
Flinches right away and a Thunderbolt going into this Terrapagos. It's gonna have to paralysis. It's boosted up. It's not afraid.
It's fun.
So, not a lot of damage going around that ring. This Terrapagos, it's planning to stay. That's true. And I realized just now, we've been expecting paralysis from the Thunderbolt and the Raging Bolt, but this Terrapagos does have a covert cloak, which will block any secondary effects, including that paralysis.
Is this gonna be turn? We're gonna see a KO?
Why would you so?
Gets the KO taken away from him. This is gonna be. Is it gonna survive?
We're going to see Incineroar switch out, going back to Netero. Rillaboom coming back in, going to take better attacks from that Kyogre. Let's see what this Kyogre is going to go for. But first, to protect Mr. Terrapagos. Some HP from that grassy
My gosh. Secured mo na to, ah.
That's true.
Secured na yan.
Rillaboom will switch out. Is Rillaboom going to go for its priority attack or taking it out of its own?
Baba ka lang!
Coming back in is that Incineroar.
Tama lang!
Threatened by big attacks from both sides.
Uy, pwede magtera,
This
ha?
Kyogre. Sudden death mission complete. Yeah, we got a bonus. We went through a number of turns without any KOs because of the Pokemon so good. What a match.
That was really well played. We played, understand, and mind at the same time. So, it's worth it to say. So,
Rose didn't protect, things could have gone very differently for both players. We might have seen a longer game or even the win going into the other side. I would say,
Jasper, gusto mo stream match ka?
pinapahan talaga.
Kaya yung Firaja.
Great match for both players.
Alam mo?
Congratulations to
Ilan? Sila stream match, Jasper and Firaja. Jasper, Firaja stream match.
See you very soon.
Sige, si Ana na. Gusto mo sila or si Ana? Jasper.
Let's deliberate. Let's deliberate.
course. Kanina we had a quick sudden death match, which was very exciting. But now a new exciting match between Rennie and Rain.
And it's not just their names that are interesting. It's going to be their lineup and their strategies.
Hindi pa nagsisimula,
Nakaka-trigger yung pangalan. Ba't may S?
Ano?
We might see that depending on how these games go, of course, we will somehow each other will adjust to the strategies, but also very
Boy, that triggers me.
one is very trick room centered, one is faster paced.
And also that majority of the other teams is highly physical.
Yes, so different damage profiles for both players, and a very interesting Pokemon, definitely a signature one of Rennie, dating all the way back to 2015 days. You're gonna see a Smeargle come up in Team Preview.
For those who don't know, Smeargle is able to learn almost all the Pokemon moves with its new sketch.
Yes.
And right now, it's able to learn 4 very various moves such as
That White Guard, Follow Me, Decorate, and Stone. So a supportive Smeargle we have here, but definitely with its moody boosts, it could definitely mess up a lot of the damage rolls, speed interactions in this game.
Game?
yeah, we're just waiting for the matchup.
go na.
30 seconds is remaining for them to choose their lineup. So let's see. 5, 4,
3, 2, and 1. We're jumping now into the game between Rennie versus Rain. That's a really cute trainer card from Rain.
So if you like that, comment down below. Hilltop Games. Just kidding.
Alright, here we're gonna see Rain's side, it is Chiyu and Urshifu. And on Rennie's side, it's the Smeargle and its partner, Calyrex. Nice rider. That's true. And in case of this Chiyu wants to go for a Will-Wisp to burn the restricted Pokemon on Rennie's side, Smeargle can redirect it to Follow Me. We go Terastallization for Smeargle, actually, turning into a grass type. It's going to resist the surging strikes from Urshifu, but will definitely take big damage from any fire type attacks from this Chiyu. Follow Me, about to redirect any attacks. And a surging strikes going into that Smeargle. It's gonna live that.
He saw that.
Yeah, he really did see that coming. Second hit and third hit. Less than 50% damage. Okay. Next, we're gonna see that Chiyu with the flamethrower. So, predictions coming out from both sides. We have the Terastallization to prevent the surging strikes knockout, and a flamethrower to secure the knockout.
Ganda ba ng music natin? Sobrang tahimik.
Pag di betray to play in silence.
And coming out is Chuck the Rillaboom for Rennie. Grassy Terrain going to come up will make Rillaboom's Grassy Glides a priority attack. So, it will threaten that Urshifu. Yeah, take note, Trick Room is up. So, threatening damage coming from Rennie's side. A high horsepower going to the Chiyu, which will survive it. U-turn also into the Chiyu, which will take it down. So, no fire type attacks, going to threaten both grass and ice type Pokemon. Rennie's Rillaboom will switch out, going into that Incineroar. So,
What the-
intimidate that Urshifu, but if it's a Surging Strikes coming out, that's still going to hurt.
What is that?
Okay, Surging Strikes going into this Calyrex. It's gonna get 1, 2, and 3 hits. Less than 50% damage on the Calyrex. That's true. What are you afraid of if you're already here seeing this Iron Hands?
I'll probably just reach out if, this is steel, you will go for right? Or blue, unless you have a little bit but right now, this is either is quite reach out. And probably not to the damage.
Yeah, so Incineroar still has that pivot potential coming from Rennie with its parting shot. But fake out going into that Calyrex. It will not be able to move this turn, and just a trade of fake outs from both players. So Calyrex and Urshifu going to flinch.
It's burn turn 2, right?
Yes, so Trick Room turn sticking down for both players, but definitely advantageous for Rain. Should this Trick Room go down, this Urshifu is carrying a choice card after all.
Yes, and it's not going to be really moving anytime soon. So,
a Drain Punch going into this Incineroar, that's a lot of damage. That must be a very well-trained Iron Hands in attack. Parting Shot going into this Urshifu. So, a switch out from the Calyrex, but because of the Parting Shot, we're going to see this Calyrex switch right back in. Okay. Calyrex switching in for Rennie. Let's see what this Urshifu will go for. It's still locked into that Surging Strikes. But these two Pokemon will take it much better than that Incineroar. Surging Strikes hitting that Calyrex. It will still take less than 50% damage, but slowly getting whittled down despite having its Trick Room turns up. This is very Yes, that's true. So Trick Room will expire first before you can do anything else with it. But it's imperative for Rennie to be able to get some damage down this turn, just to make the most out of this turn. Wow. Surprisingly, that Iron Hands is faster on the Trick Room than this Calyrex. So probably not invested in speed, but this Rillaboom will definitely get that trade back onto this one. A big wood hammer going to knock it out. Yes. So that's Incineroar coming back out, having its fake out active. Calyrex, however, will be immune on Rain's side to any fake outs. But Grassica is still up. We still have the opportunity for some priority grass type moves from this group. So we're going to see some very interesting turns. A fake out going into the ghost type Calyrex, probably predicting something coming out from Rain. Astral Barrage will knock out the Incineroar and leaving Chuck the Rillaboom with very, very little HP. We're going to see a Grim Blade boost, special attack boost going to this Calyrex Shadow Rider. Being knocked out, not being able to utilize that boost, but because Wood Hammer dealt a lot of damage, also deal a lot of damage. But since that's the last one for Rennie, we're going to see Rain take game 1. Yes, from the Smeargle. Maybe getting Trick Room up without sacrificing a Smeargle would be beneficial for Rennie. So there are 2 Pokemon which shake out on any side. Maybe that's an opportunity to set up Trick Room a bit safer. But of course, Shadow Rider, if you're Rain, what are you doing this game? You just won game 1. How are you making adjustments? Or are you keeping things the same? That's definitely the question. Yeah, leads a while ago from Rain were Chiyu and Urshifu. Big damage dealers, but Chiyu still carrying the standard move. Yeah, so an interesting Chiyu build. Normally we're used to seeing a just offense coming from Chiyu, just burn everything. But this one does have supported moves on the Willow. We're gonna see them right again. You were right. As expected, the adjustment from Rennie, a fake out user beside the Calyrex. That's true. So, getting your Calyrex burned this turn would hurt your chances of winning a lot. It is your main damage dealer.
Ang hangin dito, no? Hangin lang narinig ko dito. Hindi, okay, I can watch. Okay, no, I'm locked in na pala.
That's true, that's true.
Ha? Nag-error?
Okay.
May defend.
Options for both players, but of course, Will-O-Wisp not 100% accurate as we've all experienced in the past. But first, a terrestrialization. 10% accurate for players like us. Yes. But a terrestrialization coming out from this Calyrex, that's a Water, Terra, and a fake out going to the Urshifu. Oh, Rennie's playing the gamble. He's gonna hope that this Will-O-Wisp doesn't hit, but it does! Rennie gets his Calyrex burned.
This is gonna ruin his chances.
Yeah, and Top, tell me more about getting your Calyrex burned. How does that feel for you? What does it really do when you get burned?
You get burned. It's and right now, without any use to your camera, you will
That's true. And this Chiyu actually, you saw it a while ago, barely hang on from a high horsepower. But this time, it took less than 50%. It's just gonna spread the burns all throughout. That's the Rillaboom coming in to take the Surging Strikes from the Urshifu. It will take it better than that Incineroar, but I'm really worried about this Calyrex.
and we're gonna see another Rillaboom, I suppose, or so definitely Chaos Go.
Ooh, and that is the fire move you were talking about, the Flame Thrower. Just gonna take out that Rillaboom. Looks like Rain has Rennie pinned on all sides.
It's gonna reverse the
Or rather, I believe that Calyrex didn't quit the crew on the first turn. He damaged the Chiyu with a high horsepower.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yes. So the Trick Room coming up now for Rennie. So he has full turns of Trick Room to utilize with his Pokemon.
It's a way with the Pokemon. When you can see them all the speed.
It's true.
Sorry, that's not me.
Yes. So just putting everyone to sleep. Normally you see an Amumus do this under Trick Room, but on Ren's team, you will have the Smeargle with the spore, copying it from the Boost. That's an interesting opportunity for any team to put Pokemon to sleep if Smeargle can last long enough. It might be possible to survive, I believe, depending on how your Smeargle is trained. But here goes the spore going into the Urshifu. Not Terragrass, but it has the safety goggles, which is immune to that spore and any other moves.
Great!
Ay,
Oh, fuck. Oh, damn.
di yan patay. Nako.
Ay pala. My bad.
Not looking good for Renny. That spore into a safety goggles was a very crucial turn for Renny.
I misplayed as well.
Hindi, just misplace lang pala eh. Okay.
Will help, yes. But this Urshifu isn't really threatened by any damage. So here comes a Decorate coming out from the Smeargle, boosting the attack stat of the Calyrex. Yeah, back to neutral, negating that burn.
But as you can see,
It's not
they
doing a
could
lot.
have done so much more. Okay, that's not the second
Whatever.
Okay lang.
Snarl just took out that Smeargle.
I mean, you're getting
Calyrex
damage.
avoided it, but not really mattering that much. Surging Strike's going to hit this Calyrex, doing
There
very
was an intimidate, right? That's why they do it.
Pipitas.
yes. So that's just very little damage coming out from the first. But well, it's 4v1 at this point.
And Trickle also expired just a few minutes. So with Decorate just boosting up the bar damage. And Trickle
I'm sorry, it is 4v2. We still have yet to see the Incineroar come back.
sorry, we could not see everything happening, but yeah.
Yes.
So right now, another attack.
That's true. And a Glacial Lance could knock out some of the Pokemon on the opposing side. So negating the burn, but still protect from the Urshifu. Fake out, going into that protect of the Urshifu. Yes. And Calyrex going for the Glacial Lance. This will knock out the Chiyu, I believe. And here we go. Yes, it will knock out that Chiyu still. So, yes. Chilling Name will boost the attack of this Calyrex, so it is now at +1. Negating the boosts, or the burn from the Chiyu using Smeargle's Decorate, and then now getting itself a small boost using the Chilling Name.
I can still lose this. Holy shit. I'm fucking throwing goals. Nah,
I'm thinking that you're right, the fake out from this Iron Hands will negate a lot of damage from this Calyrex. So Calyrex will flinch in this crucial turn of
Ooh,
Trick Room,
good
but
call.
a Flare Blitz going
Burn.
to Urshifu, hoping for a
Ah, no,
possible
burn.
burn. And that's critical hit first.
Sayang. Okay. It's a Jover.
Maybe. Or he could have also been fishing for a Flare Blitz burn onto that Urshifu, which will cut the Surging Strike's damage still.
I would maybe see Iron Hands move first at this point, but the way things are going, any steal will not come out, especially, but there's no steal.
Yeah, and Trick Room expiring. This Calyrex is threatened by the double electric attacks on that Iron Hands being there of Water Lady. It's not looking good for Rennie, and she will throw in the towel versus Rain. That's our round.
Ba't di ka nagbabasa?
Going into it.
GG's, brother. Nag-flamethrower pa ako dun sa ano. Ay, ano ba? Nag-flamethrower. Ano ba move na inano?
Rain also called the flamethrower onto the real game.
Instances
Rain
na ako
really winning the game with a lot of
Akala ko mamamatay na yung Smurgle sa Surgister.
Kung hindi ko na story yun, panalo siya.
Kung chill lang since tinor mo na lang sa
So nag-decorate siya lang sa lang sana ako.
Read your team sheets, guys.
with round 5 coming very, very soon.